All right, Allie, thank you. Join me now with senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Hallie, I'll start with you. Cassidy Hutchinson, we're still talking about her testimony
later, right?
a week later. Does it raise expectations in the viewing public that this will be a natural follow-on, that the story that she created or told will continue?
I think that's exactly right, Lester, because she said some things that were shocking and explosive, right? When she was talking about the idea that Cipollone, right? Remember, the top lawyer to the president inside the White House said, we're going to face a bunch of crimes in the book, right? We could get charged with crimes. And he named some specific. That is a big deal, right? So I anticipate, based on the reporting that we have, that we will see pieces of the videotape testimony from Cipollone. Now, will he word for word corroborate that? You just heard Allie's report there. Congressman Raskin says he doesn't contradict. He corroborates much of it. Is it going to be the exact language? How explosive will it be? But you have to also think more broadly as it relates to Cipollone, too, because he wasn't just in the room for that meeting, right? He wasn't just in the room for that discussion. He was there at almost every critical turn since Election Day as it related to the election fraud and lies that were being pushed inside the White House. Specifically for one critical meeting that we are going to hear a lot about in just about 25 minutes from now. It happened on December 18th. And that was, as Congressman Raskin described, deranged. It was a totally bonkers meeting inside the White House where people like Mike Flynn, Sidney Powell, others, Patrick Byrne, the former CEO of Overstock, came in. And we're talking about ways to overthrow the legitimate election results, seizing voting machines, for example. We reported at the time that martial law may have been floated in that meeting, something former President Trump later denied. But by all accounts, it was an explosive meeting that showed the lengths that former President Trump may have been willing to go to overturn the legit election results. Are we going to hear from Cipollone on that? I think there's going to be a lot of focus, I think, on that meeting and the tweet that was sent out right after where the former president said it's going to be wild.
Kristen, there's Cipollone. There's also, they want to move this in the direction to really talk about these extremist groups and what was happening between intermediaries. Well, try another word. People who were working for the president, what they knew, and was there coordination with these groups?
Well, no, and you say it perfectly, because basically it is an attempt to show a link between former President Trump's inner circle and some of these extremist groups. And I pick up on the tweet that Hallie just mentioned. I think that's going to be a key focus as well, that December 18th meeting and the tweet that former President Trump sent out just one day later, in which he encouraged his supporters to come to the Capitol, saying it will be wild. Today is going to be remarkable because we're going to hear from one of those people who is, we anticipate, going to say that they saw that tweet as a clarion call. Stephen Ayers, he's someone who has pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct for storming the Capitol on that day. And we are going to hear him talk about, in his own words, what that tweet sent to him, the message that it sent. And I think you're going to see the committee really try to lay out the case that this was more than a tweet, that the language was very intentional, and that it really had an impact on the decisions that people made that day. And I think it will be notable to hear that from Stephen Ayers' own perspective. I go back to Pat Cipollone for one moment, because we've been talking about this every day that we cover one of these hearings. It's one thing to know that these former officials were in the room. It's another thing to hear them talk about what happened in those rooms in their own words. I've been talking to sources who are close to Pat Cipollone who say, listen, caution on what Jamie Raskin said, because Cipollone was asked in those more than 8 hours of testimony about his own actions, his own perspective on those days leading up to January 6th and on January 6th, but he wasn't asked to specifically corroborate the things that Cassidy Hutchinson was saying. And that goes to the point that Hallie started making, which is that I think there's a distinction potentially, and we'll have to see, where the specifics are.
Is it likely Republicans are regretting not fighting for a position on this panel? You felt like the Cassidy Hutchinson thing, they were caught flat-footed when that.
There's also a question of what would this hearing look like if other Republicans have. There's two, obviously, Vice Chair Liz Cheney and Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who are both not at all allies of former President Trump, exactly the opposite, in fact. Yeah. But yet, the tone of these hearings, I think, has been notable, just objectively. They have been sober and serious and laid out in a way that is not, to many degrees, hyperbolic, right? It's not an exaggeratory thing. Would there be the risk that it would turn into, if it were a more partisan panel, that it could turn into a more partisan experience? And that would, I think, change the flavor and the way that people look at this. I think there's one critical thing that we also need to watch for today, Lester, and Kristen started alluding to this, but almost a put up or shut up moment for the committee, because this is their opportunity to draw. And we talked about this on set before, Lester. What is the proof of any direct link between former President Trump and his inner circle to these far-right extremist groups? Is there some smoking gun? Is there some piece of evidence that directly shows that the White House at the time had been egging on these groups?
Or did he say the words?
Exactly.
Right.
Will we see that today? That's the question. That's kind of on the onus on the committee today.
Yeah, and based on my conversations, they've said, look, we're not going to show direct conversations between the former president and the Oath Keepers. However, they are going to try to lay out an intentionality. Will that present itself as a smoking gun? We'll have to wait and see. What's notable, though, is that I do think you are sensing frustration among some Republicans, particularly in the former president's orbit, who feel as though he doesn't have a voice. The former president has been quite vocal about saying that we should have had people there, and he blames Minority Leader McCarthy for that, for pulling Republicans from the committee amid a dispute with Nancy Pelosi. But that is, I think, in part one of the reasons why you're seeing his former top advisor, Steve Bannon, come out and say, I want to testify publicly. Now, of course, he has a hearing next week for contempt of Congress charges. You have a number of people who are saying he's just offering that up so that he'll get a more lenient treatment in that hearing next week. So there's a lot of skepticism. But the bottom line is it fits into this broader political strategy, which is to say that we haven't had representation, even though the Trump world was offered chances to be at that hearing and to testify.
And by the way, many of them cooperated with the January 6th committee. We talk a lot about those who were subpoenaed and defied it, but there were plenty who cooperated, I think, of top campaign officials who we've seen in some of these taped depositions.
And his family members.
A lot of familiar faces. Also with us is the moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, good to see you today. We're talking about this idea of pressure on this committee to deliver. They started weeks ago talking about new evidence, new voices, new information. Have they delivered, and what's the pressure now that we're down to the final two?
I think they delivered on all of the other parts. The idea that there was an organized conspiracy to overturn the election with Eastman and Jeffrey Clark and all the president's efforts to pressure Mike Pence. Today, I mean, I think Hallie put it pretty well as well. I think today's the toughest case that they have to make. I think the political argument that you can make that without Donald Trump, without these tweets, these groups don't come in an organized fashion and attack the Capitol. I think that's a pretty easy persuasion argument to make. Can you make a legal argument, though? Right? There's a fine line between sort of saying, yeah, one wasn't going to happen without the other, and then actually having tangible proof that no, Donald Trump said, it was more than just him saying at a debate, stand back and stand by, and there was more to it. Can they produce? Is Roger Stone a go-between? Was Rudy Giuliani a go-between? Can they produce somebody in that orbit that is more of a direct line on this? So I do think this is the highest bar they have to clear of any of the hearings so far.
Yeah, and then the question: what do you do with this? What's the next step at the end of this? Right. You expect a call to action?
Look, it is. I think this is one that is all in the hands of the Justice Department. Right, all of the other hearings, you could make a case there is a legislative fix that they'd like to make in order to prevent some of these weak spots in the Electoral Count Act to be taken advantage of again. But in this case, this is all in the hands of the Justice Department, and I think that's this is where I'm curious here. Have they even opened a criminal inquiry yet? It's one thing, it may be a high bar for them to make the charge, but have they even opened the inquiry? Based on their reaction to Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, it sounds like they hadn't yet. And that to me is a head scratcher, and it may be why the committee members are so frustrated with justice. They're sitting there going, oh, you want some of our work? What are you doing? I had Zoe Lofgren on a couple weeks ago, and she said, they have much stronger subpoena power than Congress does. So what are you waiting on transcripts from Congress for?
Well, are they waiting perhaps for these hearings to be over so it does not appear that there's a direct political linkage?
Well, look, I think that's another question I have for the Attorney General. I'm surprised he hasn't made the decision to call for a special counsel. I know some people think that he doesn't want to do that, and he wants to be able to prove it can be done inside justice. If you're going to put a former president of the United States on trial, I don't know why you wouldn't want to find a Republican U.S. attorney to be your special counsel. So I don't know what they're waiting for, because if they've got to reinvestigate everything and redepose everybody, which is what you'd have to do in your own investigation, they got a long ways to go.
And Kristen, this committee is definitely shaking the trees. They keep moving the schedule. They keep talking about new information coming in all the time, that they're rewriting this as it goes along. I mean, how much does that really leave us in a place where we're not getting a conclusion?
Well, and I think that's absolutely right. The fact that the hearing that hadn't been officially notified for Thursday has now been pushed to next week. If you talk to committee aides, they say it's for that reason, because we are getting new information all of the time, and they're having new witnesses come forward all of the time. And so I think that is one of the things that is dragging this out, but also, I think, potentially delaying everything that Chuck's talking about. I also know that the Attorney General, if you listen to his public comments, if you talk to people who are familiar with his thinking, is going to be quite cautious before proceeding, because this is a former president. And I've spoken to a number of legal experts who say so far they haven't heard a smoking gun. They haven't heard that direct link. They haven't heard enough to basically stand up in a court of law.
But circumstantial.
Circumstantial, exactly. And as Chuck says, if the Justice Department is going to pursue its own criminal investigation, it's going to need to re-interview all of these witnesses from the start. And so I do think there is an element of the politics hanging so heavily over this entire situation.
There will be an endpoint to the committee's work, and that's going to be the final report that they will issue, right? And that'll happen in the fall, and that'll happen, to Kristen's point about the politics of it, right before the midterms, because guess what happens if Democrats do not keep control of the House of Representatives? This investigation is, everybody knows it's going to be over. There will be other investigations open, for example, as many Republicans have said publicly, into President Biden, the current president, and his family, et cetera. Things in Congress will move in a very different direction as it relates to looking into what the White House is doing. Since that first set of hearings, Lester, I had heard from members on this committee that they were almost instantly, almost immediately, that they came on under these primetime lights initially and then the daytime lights, getting people coming in and talking to them and getting new information. You saw that in stark relief with Cassidy Hutchinson in that hearing. But since the very start of the committee's work going public, they have been getting more information in. Congressman Raskin alluded to this, and he said, I don't think we're ever going to be able to say our work is over, even once we get to that final report. The final hearing will be, I think, a finale to that. I think it's going to be explosive. As we look ahead, that's going to be about the 187 minutes of the violence at the Capitol itself. It's going to be, I'm sure, incredibly dramatic. But then there will still be more after that.
I want to turn to another wrinkle that we mentioned here in passing and go to Justice Correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, I want to talk about former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. One of the big surprises over the weekend was his offer to suddenly testify after ignoring a subpoena issued last year and really condemning this process. Where does this stand right now?
Well, right now he faces a trial that starts on Monday with both hands tied behind his back, because the judge has basically said, you can't argue that you relied on the advice of your lawyer. You can't argue that you were relying on past Justice Department policies about indicting former executive branch officials. Remember, he served 7 months in 2017 in the White House. You can't attack the committee and say it was improperly constituted. You can't call members of the committee to testify. And at one point, his lawyer yesterday at a hearing before the judge who will conduct the trial said, well, what are we supposed to do if we don't have, if there's no defense? And the judge basically said, well, that's something to think about. One thing that's also clear is that Bannon cannot say in his trial, look, I've offered now to testify. The judge has said that doesn't count. The crime here that he's charged with is refusing the testimony back in October when he was subpoenaed. And there's another wrinkle to this, Lester, which is that the lawyer for the former president, Justin Clark, the Justice Department said the president never gave Steve Bannon complete immunity. What he said was there are certain things you shouldn't answer, and where appropriate, you should cite executive privilege, but not to completely stiff the committee. So there is that. And then, of course, there's the separate question of whether Bannon will testify before the committee. Like most witnesses, he wants to do it live, but that's not going to happen. So it would be a recorded testimony, and I don't know where that stands right now.
And Kristen, the idea of being live, presumably to be able to be a strong, unfiltered defender.
That's right.
This is someone who has mocked the committee's proceedings for months. So to say that he would be a wild card testifying publicly before them is an understatement. And then just talking to folks who are familiar with this process, it's just not the way this process has been working. They subpoenaed him for documents, which he hasn't turned over. and to come and talk to them first behind closed doors. So basically, if you talk to folks who are familiar with this, they say he needs to turn over the documents. He needs to come in and talk to us privately before we can have any discussion about a public testimony, that this is so far down the line. And again, it gets to the bottom line, I think, scrutiny of his offer to testify publicly in the first place, which is that you have a number of legal experts, you have a number of people on the committee saying this is nothing more than a stunt.
And let me bring in Danny Savelis quickly, who joins us here at the table, a criminal defense attorney, legal analyst for NBC News. So what does Bannon stand to gain by suddenly deciding to testify?
This is just gamesmanship. I mean, the reality is Bannon knows and his counsel know that the committee has no interest in him essentially testifying without a net. We're all learning why it is in civil cases in court. Attorneys take depositions. The reason we do that is we get someone's testimony under oath so that if they end up at trial straying from that testimony or going rogue, so to speak, then you confront them with that sworn testimony. It's about control. And the committee throughout has exhibited a desire to control the narrative. And so Bannon, in a way, I mean, I can't think of any other word than trolling. He's kind of trolling the committee by saying, oh yeah, I'll testify if you dare. And the committee doesn't dare because it would be unscripted, it would be uncontrolled. They wouldn't have any sworn testimony to confront him with. The reality is this. The committee is putting on people that they know already what they will say. They're either people that have always supported their position or they're apostates. They're people that once maybe were in the Oath Keepers, for example, as we'll see today, and are no longer part of the Oath Keepers and are more than willing to testify against them. So because there's nothing wrong with that, it's the adversarial process. The committee has a mission and they're sticking to it, and Bannon offering to testify now is not something they're interested in.
Alan?
Can we just real talk for a second here? Steve Bannon is licking his chops to be able to get out there and to testify live in front of the committee on national television across all the networks to be able to, I think, do exactly what Danny talked about. He is somebody who, you ask, what does he have to gain? The microphone, the spotlight, attention, notoriety. These are all things that Steve Bannon.
But the committee has been very careful about who goes on
exactly.
live.
Danny's right on all of these fronts. Kristen, they are not going to relinquish control to Steve Bannon. I'm just saying this is a guy who wants it, right? This is not a surprising necessarily twist in turn of events here. This back and forth over executive privilege and what did former President Trump say and this and that is a bit of a smokescreen. So unlikely to happen for the reasons that Danny laid out. But for Steve Bannon, this is somebody who, remember, has this podcast that he's out there every day almost defending former President Trump, continuing to talk about the last election and the plans for the next election.
All right, let me bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's in Phoenix. Vaughn, you've been out covering Trump rallies these past few weeks. Are his supporters paying attention to these hearings, or is it having any kind of effect?
Yeah, there's a reason that Donald Trump is out on the campaign trail. He was in Nevada over the weekend as well as in Alaska, and he just announced last night that he is heading right here to Phoenix, Arizona later this week. He is playing offense here. This is a sustained effort. There is no remorse. There is no regret. There is no walking back about the events that unfolded that day on January 6th. He is on a campaign himself to convince the American electorate and the public that his fight in those weeks after the November 2020 election were justified. And frankly, there's a new New York Times Siena poll that came out just this morning in which 75% of Republican voters nationally said that Donald Trump was just using those weeks after the election to look out after the well-being of the election system here in this country, essentially defending Donald Trump's actions, which is the exact opposite case the January 6th Select Committee has attempted to lay out to the public here. And when you're talking about Donald Trump, you're talking about somebody who has a base of support. And the question was, would those voters stick with him despite the damning evidence that has been laid out in this testimony? I was talking with a voter, an Arizona voter just last night here who I met back in 2020. And he said, look, what unfolded on January 6th was uncomfortable. He didn't like what happened. He would not have participated in the insurrection that day here. He said at the same time, though, he believes that it was a protest that went wrong and got out of control, and it was not a disqualifying event that would take away from the 4 previous years of the Trump administration and the policies that they pressed here. And that is where it is interesting when you also look at that poll again. You're talking about 50% of Republican voters right now say that they would back Donald Trump for 2024 here. He is still the leader of this Republican Party, and you have not seen a denunciation among Republican lawmakers from Capitol Hill to the state level, outside of Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, Mitt Romney. The list has not expanded beyond those few. I mean, really less than 10 notable Republicans across the country. And look at what he's going to do on Saturday here in Arizona. He is going to be standing on the campaign stage with their leading candidate for governor here in Arizona, who has called for the decertification of the 2020 election. He's going to be standing on stage with the leading U.S. Senate Republican candidate here in Arizona, who has called the 2020 election rigged and stolen here. And August 2nd is the primary here in Arizona. And ultimately, it's going to be the best poll yet, because Republican voters are going to be deciding whether it's those candidates who are frankly obsessed with the 2020 election and Donald Trump's propagation of these conspiracy theories that it was rigged and stolen. It's going to be up to them, and it's going to be a strong indication about where the Republican electorate stands. And one other thing, though, I want to note, though, is just this morning, he was calling the Select Committee hacks and thugs. And over the weekend, again, when I talk about not backing down, Lester, just over the weekend, he was still calling on the Wisconsin state legislature to reclaim the Electoral College votes that went to Joe Biden and hand them to him, who he called himself, quote, the actual winner. Lester?
He is consistent. Kristen, you've got some news?
Yeah. Former President Trump just out with a new statement moments ago, taking aim at that polling that Vaughn was just citing, calling the New York Times, the failing New York Times, not a surprise. That's one of his favorite attacks against the New York Times. And I think it speaks to the fact that the polling is getting under his skin. Yes, nearly half of Republican voters say they would back him, but nearly half say they wouldn't. And Ron DeSantis, the governor in Florida, is his sort of closest rival at this point. And Vaughn very smartly points out that publicly, Republicans are not breaking with the former president, but privately they are. And Hallie, myself, we have sources calling us all of the time saying things like, look, this has gone too far. People who have acknowledged they're working against him, who they want Ron DeSantis to run and not the former president. And so I do think you're seeing a fraying around the edges. It's unclear what that's going to mean, though. Is that enough? It might not be enough to prevent him from actually declaring a run, potentially even this summer, which is making a lot of Republicans jittery because they're concerned that then the midterms would become all about
Well, that's why
Trump.
I want to go to Chuck real quickly.
Yeah.
Chuck, does this increase the likelihood that he'll announce a run for president soon?
No, I think he's already done it. I mean, I think the fact that there is Willie or won't he speculation out there is exactly what he wants. Look, there are real financial penalties to his sort of the lifestyle that he grifts off of his campaign and his super PACs. And if he's an announced candidate, there's suddenly, he might have to find other ways to fuel the plane, other ways to do his charters that become financially complicated. So it's really actually financially stupid for him to announce before November. But he's already got what he wants, which is the perception that it's a matter of when, not if, which is really all he wanted out there, I think, because I think that's the seed he wants to plant in the back of Merrick Garland's head. That's the seed he wants to plant in the back of every Republican thinking about running for president. A whole bunch of them are going out to Iowa in the next 3 to 4 weeks. He wants to plant that seed there. And I'll tell you something that I've been trying to, every one of these, Kristen and Haller mentioned, I've had the similar conversations with Republican operatives, and I asked them the following question. How is Donald Trump going to concede the Republican nomination if he doesn't win it? And I'm like, remember what we're doing here right now, guys. Why are we here? Because this man couldn't handle the facts on the ground that what happened to him on Election Day. How is he going to handle, we already know he doesn't accept losing the Iowa caucuses in 2016. I mean, I think the Republican Party is about to go through its own version of what Donald Trump put the country through in 2020.
Hallie, this testimony that we'll hear, they don't lay out the witnesses far in advance, so it's hard for anyone to kind of figure out what direction that goes. That has to be frustrating, though, to the supporters of the president.
Presumably, I think there's a piece of this too. There's some reporting that had come out, I believe it was from the Washington Post, about Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, and that she got a call that was perceived as the potential for witness tampering, if you will, which is why they sort of hurried up and got her. If you remember, that was announced with 24 hours notice, not even.
She was the surprise
exactly
witness.
The sort of emergency hearing. So I think there's that component to it as well. There's also the component when you look at former President Trump. To hear Chuck and Kristen talk about this, I talked to donors. That's an important factor in this. this conversation too. Not the most important factor, but one of them. And what this polling shows out from the New York Times is that the people who are more likely to be donating money to campaigns like the former president's are less likely to be in favor of him running again. And I think that's an important piece of this too, as Chuck talks about the money part. We've seen that Donald Trump doesn't always like to put up his own money when it comes to his own political ambitions. I will just put a bit of a caveat on that, which is this polling also shows that yet, because with Donald Trump, there often is an and yet, ... a majority of Republicans would still see him favorably, they say right now, if he were the nominee. And I think that is something that Donald Trump will look at and would point to.
And of course, the midterms, a lot of other things
factors at play
would be in play here. All right. The hearing is set to begin in just a moment. We want to pause here briefly. We're going to give our NBC News stations across the country a chance to join our special coverage.
This is an NBC News special report. One of the final two hearings from the January 6th committee. The results of a year-long investigation into the attack on the U.S. Capitol. New evidence set to be revealed about the days and hours leading up to that fateful day, as the committee tries to prove that former President Donald Trump was responsible for the assault.
I overheard the president say something to the effect of, "I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me."
Today, one of the last chances the committee will have to make its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our special coverage of the January 6 hearings. And there is drama once again surrounding today's hearing, with the big question being whether we will hear from President Trump's former White House counsel. After months of refusing to testify, Pat Cipollone finally came before the committee on Friday for a closed-door videotape deposition. Cipollone has been a key figure in these hearings, described by other witnesses as participating in some of the most critical conversations about attempts to overturn the election and the rally itself. He's been presented as often disagreeing with Mr. Trump and cautioning that some of his proposed actions could be illegal. We're likely to hear some of his testimony today in clips. The other question, will the committee be able to prove there was a link between the extremist groups who participated in the attack and on the Capitol and those close to President Trump? We'll hear live from a former member of one of those extremist groups, as well as a man convicted for his role in the riot that day, and a warning: the committee will be playing videos that contain profanity and other explicit material. Let's go right now to Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali, who's just outside the hearing room to set the stage for us. Ali?
Lester, the doors to the hearing room behind me closing now as we get set for the 7th hearing from this January 6th committee, set to focus on how the mob came to the Capitol on January 6th, with a specific attempt to try to tie the former president and a tweet that he sent on December 19th to right-wing extremist groups who came to the Capitol on that day, fomenting the violence that we saw. But there's also going to be, I'm told, new video testimony from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, snippets of his more than 7 hours of testimony before the committee at the end of last week. And what I'm told repeatedly by Raskin is that this is going to be another instance where the committee brings new information. Lester?
And the committee is now in session. Let's go.
Release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. When I think about the most basic way to explain the importance of elections in the United States, there's a phrase that always comes to mind. It may sound straightforward, but it's meaningful. We settle our differences at the ballot box. Sometimes my choice prevails, sometimes yours does, but it's that simple. We cast our votes, we count the votes. If something seems off with the results, we can challenge them in court, and then we accept the results. When you're on the losing side, that doesn't mean you have to be happy about it. And in the United States, there's plenty you can do and say so. You can protest, you can organize, you can get ready for the next election to try to make sure your side has a better chance the next time the people settle their differences at the ballot box. But you can't turn violent. You can't try to achieve your desired outcome through force or harassment or intimidation. Any real leader who sees their supporters going down that path, approaching that line, has a responsibility to say, stop. We gave it our best. We came up short. We try again next time, because we settled our differences at the ballot box. On December 14th, 2020, the presidential election was officially over. The Electoral College had cast its vote. Joe Biden was the president-elect of the United States. By that point, many of Donald Trump's supporters were already convinced that the election had been stolen, because that's what Donald Trump had been telling them. So what Donald Trump was required to do in that moment, what would have been required of any American leader, was to say, we did our best and we came up short. He went the opposite way. He seized on the anger he had already stoked among his most loyal supporters, and as they approached the line, he didn't wave them off, he urged them on. Today, the committee will explain how, as a part of his last-ditch effort to overturn the election and block the transfer of power, Donald Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C., and ultimately spurred that mob to wage a violent attack on our democracy. Our colleagues, Ms. Murphy of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, will lay out this story. First, I'm pleased to recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening comments she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our committee did not conduct a hearing last week, but we did conduct an on-the-record interview of President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. If you have watched these hearings, you've heard us call for Mr. Cipollone to come forward to testify. He did, and Mr. Cipollone's testimony met our expectations. We will save for our next hearing President Trump's behavior during the violence of January 6th. Today's hearing will take us from December 14th, 2020, when the Electoral College met and certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, up through the morning of January 6th. You will see certain segments of Pat Cipollone's testimony today. We will also see today how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington and how the president's stolen election lies provoked that mob to attack the Capitol. And we will hear from a man who was induced by President Trump's lies to come to Washington and join the mob, and how that decision has changed his life. Today's hearing is our 7th. We have covered significant ground over the past several weeks, and we have also seen a change in how witnesses and lawyers in the Trump orbit approach this committee. Initially, their strategy in some cases appeared to be to deny and delay. Today, there appears to be a general recognition that the committee has established key facts, including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign, all told him the 2020 election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration, that he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman or Sidney Powell or Congressman Scott Perry or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind. Nor can any argument of any kind excuse President Trump's behavior during the violent attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew that they lacked actual evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them. For millions of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that then President Donald Trump lost in a free and fair election. And yet, President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, and by some of his closest advisors that the evidence did not support this assertion. This was the big lie, and millions of Americans were deceived by it. Too many of our fellow citizens still believe it to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple interlocking lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state, and he pressed the Department of Justice to find widespread evidence of fraud. When justice officials told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred, President Trump and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the vice president would preside. In their warped view, this ceremonial event was the next, and perhaps the last, inflection point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration. As President Trump put it, the vice president and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act. To help them find that courage, the president called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the president sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. "Be there, we'll be wild," the president wrote. As my colleague, Mr. Raskin, will describe in detail, this tweet served as a call to action, and in some cases as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters. It's clear the president intended the assembled crowd on the January 6th to serve his goal. And as you've already seen, and as you will see again today, some of those who were coming had specific plans. The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December. And we'll add color and context to evidence you've already heard about, and we'll also provide additional new evidence. For example, you'll hear about meetings in which the president entertained extreme measures designed to help him stay in power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about the potential violence. And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th, including how the president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the crowd to march to the Capitol, and spoke off script in a way that further inflamed an already angry crowd. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after the electors met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the presidency. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting has been called unhinged, not normal, and the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state election machines by the U.S. military. The meeting ended after midnight with apparent rejection of that idea. In the wee hours of December 19th, dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress would meet to certify the electoral votes. Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see, Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters, especially the dangerous extremists in the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups spoiling for a fight against the government. 3 rings of interwoven attack were now operating towards January 6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers, thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president in Congress, and try to overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, as you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians whipping up mob violence to destroy fair elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist newspaper and killed its editor, Elijah Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a speech in which he said that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its author and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation that yesterday's despots could only have dreamed of. I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Article 2 of the United States Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect. Before the Electoral College met, Donald Trump and his allies filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again, including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most populated state." On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican majority leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
Yesterday, electors met in all 50 states. So as of this morning, our country has officially a president-elect and a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January the 20th. The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Jean Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established, that had affected the outcome of the election, that unfortunately I believe that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipollone told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan, of Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in any particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipollone also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, Mr. Cipollone, that the president should concede once you made the determination based on the investigations that you credited DOJ did and the campaign did? Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipollone also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point, I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, "How long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go?" And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up with me and said that he said, "Look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this." And then Jared said, "Yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it."
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would...
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud, sufficient, but fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion?
It's fair to say that I agree with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and I'm not going to seize any machines. And that was that.
Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately, but it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should be appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipollone again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached a conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why we even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, that to me it's sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims And people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims. And the real question is, show the evidence, okay?
It wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bernie Kerik, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Kerik did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Kerik wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Kerik and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There are some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner. But it was, to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
right
from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized, okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice, and so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate?
Sure.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on the couch, like, chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the evidence?
A variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
It's Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed? And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you get people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm going to categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back. I had to come over, or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, you know, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval? They call it the Yellow Oval?
Yes, exactly, the Yellow Oval Office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting. As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight during the early morning of December 19. Cassidy Hutchinson captured the moment of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes. And then the president said, okay, you know, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipollone and or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipollone described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
were any steps taken, including the president himself telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. My recollection is you're not appointed till steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipollone, when the matter continued to flare up over the next several days, was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was still seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
Now that you mention it, probably both. In terms of I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election, before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump supporters, registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump is calling on his supporters to descend on Washington, D.C., January 6th.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol. We know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically called on his supporters to arrive in D.C. That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave, bitch. Red wave. This is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest. It's going to be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely correct.
Motherfucker, you better look outside. You better look out January 6th. Kick that fucking door open. Look down the street. There's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called? Where were you when you and your children's destiny and future was on the line?
In that clip, you heard one of Trump's supporters predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter. But the point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect that Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for platform and content moderation policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered adopting a stricter content moderation policy after President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by from the lectern at the September 29th presidential debate. But Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity, discussing Trump's stand back and stand by comment and the effect it had.
My concern was that the former president, for seemingly the first time, was speaking directly to extremist organizations and giving them directives. We had not seen that sort of direct communication before. And that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried, and others at Twitter were worried, that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
Yes. I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of the former president, and enjoyed having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump were anyone else, would it have taken until January 8th, 2021 for him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. If the former President Donald Trump were any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Despite these grave concerns, Trump remained on the platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if a mob was being organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry and their logic and their reasonings behind why they were prepared to fight prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause and in fighting for this cause in DC on January 6th as well. I will also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by, those tweets were in response to Donald Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protests that you see on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent?
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there? Another asserted, Trump just told us all to come armed. Fucking A, this is happening. A third took it even further. It will be wild means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement, confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
Why did you first decide to go to DC for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild. Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as, why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child? And it's time for the day of the rope. White revolution is the only solution. Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police? Another wrote on the Donald.win, cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. The Donald.win was an openly racist and anti-Semitic forum. The Select Committee deposed that site's founder, Jody Williams. He confirmed how the president's tweet created a laser-like focus on the date of January the 6th.
I mean, people have been talking about going to D.C. as soon as the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk, yes. Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay. And that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats. Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels, wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The post concluded, join your local Proud Boys chapter as well. The Donald.win featured discussions of the tunnels beneath the Capitol complex, suggestions for targeting members of Congress, and encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter. He said there was overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The chair requests that
those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Well, we're going to need every moment of that 10 minutes to go through some of what we've heard in this first part of this hearing. The committee taking a short break now in the first half of the day. We got the most comprehensive telling yet of a wild meeting that President Trump held with a group of outside advisors on December 18th. Those advisors were pushing false election theories to the president. And the White House officials had to rush to the Oval Office to try to intervene, realizing there was no White House official in the room with the president. Insiders telling how that meeting deteriorated into shouting and insults. One described it as nuts. Another called it unhinged. They also detailed how President Trump's social media call for a, quote, wild rally on January 6th was picked up by various far-right groups, many replying online promising violence. We also heard from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. He finally testified last week, and the committee played segments of that video of the testimony where he agreed that there was no election fraud. He also said that he believed President Trump should have conceded the election. Joining me now is senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Hallie, let me begin with you. What stood out in the first half?
Well, a lot of things. Let me draw our attention. I think three key pieces of information here. First, we, for the first time, saw Pat Cipollone, right? The Trump White House counsel who was interviewed in that on-camera setting behind closed doors last week, coming out and making a lot of revelations. First, that he acknowledged he thought Donald Trump should have conceded in mid-December, when the vast majority of other aides testified, as we heard today, that they also thought that is when former President Trump should have conceded, including his former press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, including in Cipollone's telling Mark Meadows, including Judd Deere, a series of advisors who thought that was the end point because the December 14th, the date that the Electoral College did its thing, had come and gone at that point, and now the writing was effectively on the wall. And yet 4 days later, there was sort of bucket number two, and that is that absolutely bonkers meeting, as described here in this testimony, that happened in the Oval Office in the White House between sort of Donald Trump's allies who were at the time pushing these, frankly, outlandish conspiracy theories to try to keep him in office, and Pat Cipollone, his counsel, and others, a couple others in the room, Eric Hirschman, who you saw, who were literally yelling at each other based on what we heard here, using expletives, a meeting that essentially turned into a brawl and became unhinged to try to convince Donald Trump that this was not the path. Do not make Sidney Powell, for example, a special counsel. It is the most comprehensive telling that we got yet. But I think the key point that we will look at for the second part of this hearing is what the committee tried to do there at the end, right before we came back on the air, which is use, after that meeting, Donald Trump sent a tweet, said, "We'll be wild, be there January 6th. The committee is clearly trying to draw a link between that tweet and the violence that unfolded at the Capitol that day. They believe that that is critical to showing that Donald Trump knowingly incited an insurrection by sending that tweet. You saw a new key piece of evidence, too, at least one of the rally organizers changing a date, the Women for Trump, of the previously planned event to January 6th because of that tweet. So this is, I think, the start of the committee trying to not just lay out breadcrumbs, but connect the dots to show that there was a link to Donald Trump's inner circle and that his tweet incited it.
And Kristen, in that meeting, it sounds like the two groups of lawyers, the president's outside advisors and White House attorneys, he was pitting them against each other.
Absolutely. And just to put this into context, to take a step back for a moment, it is a massive breach of White House protocol to have people in the Oval Office. And Hallie and I know this.
It doesn't happen
at the White House that night. It just doesn't happen without White House officials in the Oval Office as well. So that's one. And it tells you just how outside of the norm that meeting was in the first place. The fact that you had that shouting match, the drama of it aside, shows just how close to the brink, yet again, former President Trump came to resorting to some tactic, in this case, seizing voting machines, that Pat Cipollone said, wait a minute, you absolutely can't.
Well, let me interrupt for a second. We should point out that Cipollone was not Trump's lawyer. He's a lawyer for the White House. So his responsibility is to the office.
His responsibility is to the office. And when you talk to people who are close to him, they say he takes that responsibility very seriously. What we heard from Pat Cipollone was really that he bolstered what the committee has laid out before, which is that the former president was told over and over again that he lost this race and that he had run out of recourse to try to win it back. back. What is notable is that you didn't hear the committee specifically ask Pat Cipollone about previous testimony. People are noting that. Legal analysts have already started to pick up on that a little bit and saying, look, as Hallie says, the committee started to draw that link with the protesters, and yet there's still a little bit of murkiness. So that's why the second part of this hearing is going to be so critical, because we're going to hear from Stephen Ayers, who was one of the rioters that day, who we expect is going to say that that tweet that the former president sent out on December 19th, he saw as a clarion call to come to the Capitol and try to take back the election. And I think that that could be hugely significant. But again, just to have some of the blanks of that meeting filled in, it just underscores how close to the brink, yet again, this country came to a real constitutional crisis.
Watching that last portion where we're talking about these extremist groups, I'm wondering if we're going to hear any evidence of the president at least trying to cool the situation down. The White House, his supporters being aware of what's being said online and realizing that maybe it went over the line.
Well, look at what Congressman Raskin showed in that last example before we came out to the broadcast here, which was then President Trump repeatedly talking about January 6th, even as these threats, including threats, discussions about a red wedding, et cetera, were happening. And so I think that is significant in that piece.
And as the attack was unfolding, again, the former president was huddled, not doing anything, despite the fact that his top advisors were trying to get him to come out and to send out a tweet to essentially call the mob back, to tell them to stop attacking the Capitol. And in a new documentary, an excerpt just released, we hear Mr. Trump say he called the rioters smart. And so I think what the committee is going to try to argue is that at no point did he try to pull them back. At no point did he get advised that these tweets were happening, and did he try to take action to stop them.
And you're talking about the day itself. Even before that day, that was the question that the committee was trying to lay out, is that even before January 6th, this was continuing to be fomented. I remember sitting with you on the special report, Lester, and the biggest question as we covered the White House at the time was, where is then President Trump, and what's he up to?
That's right.
Let me go to our moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you've been listening in the conversation. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm struck by a couple things. Number one is just how thoroughly the committee has disqualified Donald Trump. If this were a case that were being made to the U.S. Senate, and remember, impeachment is a political case, and I think they've made an extraordinarily strong political case that the former president, perhaps, they're painting a picture that he was a bit delusional, although I would sort of say this is the Donald Trump that I have researched my whole adult life. He has always searched for lawyers who will tell him what he wants to hear. It all began with Roy Cohn back in the day. Then he found himself a Michael Cohen. Now it's Rudy Giuliani. Then it became Sidney Powell. He's always searched for a lawyer who will tell him what he wants to hear, and then that's what he attaches himself to. Everything that has been said, I keep coming back to the fact, why are we here? We're here because the Republican Party, mostly in the United States Senate, didn't have the guts to deal with the consequences of disqualifying Donald Trump from ever holding office ever again. It's an opportunity Mitch McConnell had. And I put this on him because had he voted to convict, there would have been enough votes. There would have been another 6 to 8 Republican senators would have followed. They have really made that case. You could argue at the time, the Republicans were hiding behind this idea, we don't impeach. And I keep coming back to this. How many of those Republican senators are watching this going, what have we done? We didn't confront this now, and now we are stuck forcing the legal system, forcing a whole bunch of other ways to do this that is maybe even more damaging to the country. And it all comes because the Republican Party doesn't have the guts to confront Trump and deal with the consequences of that short term. They're always worried about their short-term politics, not their long-term. This hearing is laying that out.
Yeah, getting a look at one of the other witnesses who we're going to be hearing from. We expect to be hearing from here shortly. Then we go to Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, who was inside the hearing room. Give us a sense what the environment was like.
Yeah, Lester, I can tell you, having just come out those doors, the mood in the room at points early on was moments of levity, moments of laughter. That shot of Sidney Powell taking a long swig of Dr. Pepper elicited laughter. But I have to tell you, by the time that we left the hearing room, there was a real somberness and a real darkness that had fallen over the people who were sitting in that hearing room. The severity and the danger of what the committee was laying out as the former president's message on Twitter percolated through to right-wing groups and right-wing media, the real danger of that seemed to set in for everyone who was watching there. And so as we head into this next portion of the hearing, that's the tone and tenor that the committee is clearly laying out, and that the audience who's in that room there that you see on the screen is preparing for, as we see these witnesses there getting sat down, getting sworn in the next few seconds here. And I have to say, as someone who's been watching all these hearings, that mashup that we were able to see of people inside the White House telling the story of that absolutely crazy meeting in the White House, it felt at times like a documentary. You didn't even need members of the committee to walk you along with what was happening there. They were inside that room with more than 6 people who were sitting in it, and it showed the fact that they have been able to get inside that White House and tell the story, not themselves, but in the very words of the people who were participating in those meetings. I think this was a really stunning moment for the January 6th committee, Lester.
I felt watching that at moments, I thought of that meeting. Was the country rudderless at that moment? Danny, let me bring in here, criminal defense attorney. What your thoughts about that meeting were?
In many ways, what we've seen so far is that Trump said some words, and those words, really, the worst case against him is "will be wild." These were things that we already knew. Now you move on to these other things, like the meeting that we've talked about in the White House, with no White House officials there until they come running in. That goes very far to showing that Trump, now we're getting to the point where Trump has to be at a level of ignorance that he doesn't know anything, that he has no idea how any protocol works. But ultimately, this case that we're going to hear today is about Trump said some words, and then some groups, militia groups, other groups, misguided followers of Trump reacted in a way that was totally over the top. And the committee's mission today is drawing a connection between Trump's words, whether he reasonably expected that it would result in violence. That's really it. That's the
Well, this is
ultimate
not.
goal.
I mean, again, this is not a criminal proceeding, but it's going to be wild. I could say, hey, I'm having a party. It's going to be wild. I don't expect people to be, beating on each other. Well, does that become an excuse? Well, I didn't mean it literally.
Exactly right. I mean, you look at the words, and of course, context matters. You don't look at words, and courts don't look at words in a vacuum. But if Trump's intent was to incite violence, if he knew, now keep in mind, DHS officials were aware prior to January 6th that Trump supporters were responding in, let's say, violent or exaggerated or just overly ambitious ways to his tweets, to his words. So if Trump knew that, if DHS knew that, and Trump also knew that, then maybe a case could be made for "will be wild" means we want you to get wild. But look, that's not an easy case to make, which is why he hasn't been indicted yet, which is why the DOJ is still waiting to see what happens. Undoubtedly, they have more information than the committee does. They are just biding their time and seeing if anything comes out to make that connection. Because really, we've heard some new things today, but nothing so new that it amounts to Trump saying, go storm the Capitol. Until we hear that evidence, the DOJ is not going to be too wild to prosecute.
Hallie, where's this going?
Well, I think, I'm just struck by something that Danny said, too, this idea that was the former president ignorant, I think is the word you used, echoed what Liz Cheney, the vice chair, said in her opening statements. He was not an incompetent child. He was the president of the U.S. Where this is going, look at the 2 men on your screen here, 2 people that will testify to the level of extremism that 2 groups, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, 2 of the groups at the center of this, the insurrection, took, the steps that they took. What I'm going to be interested in here is what is the level of discussion or coordination, right, between those groups? We've seen some allusions to that. There has been an allusion to the involvement of members of Congress, for example, not with these extremist groups, but we know that some committee aides had been talking about that is something that will be laid out in part 2 of this hearing coming up. And then specifically, you think to that meeting, draw the link, right, between what we just heard in the last portion and what we're about to hear. Keep in mind who was in that meeting on December 18th, Mike Flynn. Okay, somebody who is considered a QAnon cult hero, essentially, this conspiracy theory on the far right fringes. That is a direct link, right, between that conspiracy and the Oval Office. You're going to see, I think, more of those links being drawn. And then also to hear from these men in their own words about the experience of, in the instance of Stephen Ayers, for example, being at the Capitol that day, what that was like, and any regret he may have now, as you know, Kristen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been getting text messages from some Republicans who are saying that so far today has been absolutely devastating for the president. That, of course, deals with the court of public opinion, not exactly what Danny is talking about, the legal proceedings that may or may not follow this. But I do think it underscores the fact that the first part of this hearing has set up what could be potentially even more damaging testimony from the rioter who we're going to hear from, Stephen Ayers. I go back to that image in one of the early hearings of them huddling in the parking lot near the Capitol in D.C. And I think those are the types of images of potential collusion and coordination that could be problematic in a legal proceeding.
Let me go to
and in a criminal investigation.
Pete Williams right now. Pete, what do we know about Oath Keepers and what their perceived role in all this was?
Proud Boys, really more than anything, Lester, faced the most serious charges of being the ones who sort of pushed people to go up to the Capitol. They were among the first to actually enter the Capitol building. So they faced the most serious charge of seditious conspiracy. Stephen Ayers, who will testify here, is so typical of, on the other hand, the largest group of people who came into the Capitol on January 6th. So far, the government has arrested about 860 people. About 260 of them are charged with doing something violent, resisting arrest, or assaulting police. The rest of them, about 600, in which Stephen Ayers is a member, were in the Capitol. He was there for about 10 minutes. They came up there, they saw people going in, they went in, they didn't do anything violent, and they left. And I think the reason you're going to hear from him is he says he was directly inspired by the president's tweet. He said on Facebook, January 6th, Washington, D.C., the president is calling on us to come back to Washington on January 6th for a big protest, and then he quotes the tweet. How much the White House knew about how much this tweet had illuminated through the radical fringes of American society, I don't think we know. Remember, the intelligence community didn't seem to have a very good heads up about what was coming on January 6th. And one other quick thing, Lester, one of the gaps so far in the Justice Department's cases is, did anybody, and if the answer is yes, who had an actual plan to enter the Capitol? We know that these groups talked about storming the Capitol, about swarming around the Capitol, but whose idea was it, if there was a specific person, to actually enter the Capitol, or was it a matter of seizing the moment? We still don't know the answer to that.
Well, so some groups went directly to the Capitol as opposed to starting out at the rally?
Yes, although most of the groups did start at the rally. The Proud Boys were sort of an exception to that. They had a meeting at 10 in the morning at the Washington Monument, and that's where supposedly the last-minute instructions were given. And then, according to the government, the allegations in the government's indictment against the Proud Boys is that they were the pointy end of the spear. They led people up to the Capitol after the rally. They were the first ones to push through the police barrier. One of them is charged with actually being the first person to use a police shield to break out a window, and that's how the first people got into the Capitol. They got into a window, they crawled in through the window, and then opened a door.
No way to know, but I'll ask you anyway. Any idea if the Justice Department watching this is seeing or hearing anything they hadn't heard before?
Well, I suspect there may be one or two things, but for the most part, the guidance we get is that the Justice Department is well aware of what the committee has found. I'm sure some of the quotes that they've heard and some of the, perhaps I don't know whether they knew all of the back and forth about that fateful meeting inside the White House. But for the most part, I think, yes, the Justice Department is well aware of this.
Pete, thanks. A little delay. We're told they're having a little technical issue, but they've been, throughout these hearings, they've been extremely on time in terms of 10-minute break. Actually means 10 minutes, but they're having a little bit of technical issue, which gives us a little more time to talk about this.
I think you wished it upon us.
I guess I did. I said, we'll need 15 minutes. But Kristen, where do you think, I asked Hallie this question, the same question to you, where do you think we're going today?
Well, look, I think that in terms of today, we are going to delve more deeply into the link between the former president and these extremist groups. The tweet that he sent, the way in which they saw that as a call to action. In terms of where we're going more broadly, I think it's worth noting that there had been a hearing we were anticipating on Thursday. It hadn't been officially announced, but it's been delayed until next week. And the reason for that, if you talk to committee aides, is because they are getting more information by the day. We know that on Friday they're going to be talking to the CEO of Overstock.com, another person who was in that meeting, another person who is not a White House official.
And Cipollone says he walks in and sees him like, who are you?
Who is this guy? Exactly. Underscores again just how extraordinary and outside of the norm these entire proceedings are. I think it's also worth noting the sideshow that is looming over all of this. You have this back and forth over whether former top Trump aide Steve Bannon is going to testify publicly before the committee. Now, we don't anticipate he's going to do that. He has a trial next week for contempt of Congress, and legal experts and committee aides think that he is offering to testify as a part of a stunt because he wants better treatment at his trial. But the bottom line here is this is now looming over this trial, and it's yet another data point, I think, that paints a picture into Trump world, because what did Steve Bannon do the day before January 6th? He was on his radio show calling on people to converge on the Capitol on January 6th. And so the committee is interested in that, and the committee has said, look, Mr. Bannon, turn over the documents that we have asked for. Come and talk to us privately, and then we can talk about potentially next steps. And so they believe that this is, in fact, a stunt. But again, this all paints a picture of just how extraordinary the moments were leading up to January 6th.
Hey, Chuck, let me ask you about Pat Cipollone. He only testified on Friday on videotape, and he's had a virtual starring role in what we've seen today. What do you think the thinking was of getting him on very quickly as opposed to perhaps waiting to the next hearing?
Well, I think they wanted to make it clear. I think part of it was to get others to cooperate. You know, each one of these big witnesses that has gone on to cooperate, and you see him, it has led to them getting another big fish. You know, without Cassidy Hutchinson, I don't know if they get Pat Cipollone to agree as quickly as he ended up agreeing. So I think there's something to that aspect. But I also think they wanted to turn it around to make sure they knew, you know, to erase any doubt that somehow Cipollone was not a cooperative witness. He clearly was, clearly is backing up what all the committee members told many of us. I spoke with Stephanie Murphy. I know others spoke with Jamie Raskin, who all said that, hey, he seemed to, you know, he didn't diverge from the narrative that they'd already been compiling from other witnesses. Some of the memories are different of specifics and things like that, but the overall advice and the overall mindset. So look, I do keep coming back, and I keep making a political argument, because look, I think the legal arguments here are so hard to make. They're so tough. I'm impressed with this committee. They're going to make this insurrection case, I think, look more possible than maybe we see at this moment. I think they've done a good job with that. But I keep coming back to, why are we here? We're here because the Senate Republicans chickened out and failed. And I keep coming back to this. This is a slam dunk impeachment case. This is not a close call when it comes to making the case that he's unfit for the office and unfit to ever hold office again. This should have been handled by the Republican Party, and they were afraid to. And unfortunately, that fear has put us in a more precarious position as a country now, nearly a year and a half later.
And Hallie, notably, we didn't hear Cipollone ask directly about things that Cassidy Hutchinson said. But you got the impression that he doesn't challenge.
That he wasn't taking issue with some of the things that she was saying. Specifically, and we talked about it, I think, in the pre-show, was this testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, where she said Cipollone said something along the lines of, we're going to be hit with every crime in the book, right? We can't do this. This is criminal. And knew that and understood that. I imagine we're going to hear more from Cipollone through this taped testimony, not just in the next hour and a half or so, but also next week, if that's when the next hearing is, about that specific point. But to this point, no, he hasn't drawn some big distinction and made some big dispute with previous testimony. I will say, too, you know, I do think it's worth sort of stepping back for a moment and thinking about what, Chuck likes to talk about, and I think rightfully so, why are we here? Why are we in this moment? But also what this moment triggered, which was this riot at the Capitol and the violence there. Mm-hmm. And to hear some of what the committee has laid out, people saying after that tweet from Donald Trump, cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood, right? Which got a reaction in the room, including from some, remember, officers who were there and who are showing up for all these hearings. Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels. There's a system of underground tunnels connecting the Capitol to office buildings on the campus there. That is not something, to hear a line like that, I think about what you and Pete were talking about, Pete Williams, about was anybody planning in advance to enter the Capitol, if you will, to go in there directly. Comments like that are, I think, that the committee is focusing on to remind people we are here because the Capitol was attacked.
And we had seen imagery of the weapons that were talked about previously, the sprays, the spears,
yes.
Those sorts of things. So that's really a difficult challenge.
And there's a list of weapons that NBC News has been keeping track of that were planted or brought or in D.C. related to the riot that the DOJ has laid out.
All right. This hearing is resuming. Let's go there.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, President Trump's tweet drew tens of thousands of Americans to Washington to form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet unite violent groups across the spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C. And not only were they organizing to come to D.C., but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. When you have armed militia, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in terrorism a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly across, not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms of these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going? What's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? Where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are two key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call. The Proud Boys are a far-right street-fighting group that glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump. The Department of Justice has charged leaders of both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these two extremist groups, which have historically not worked together to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida 3 Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meggs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, and they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense. The committee obtained hundreds of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the attack, leaders in both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. He also had connections to the Oath Keepers. This photo from December 12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of the scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone in the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th. In the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly. The committee obtained encrypted content from a group chat called Friends of Stone, FOS, which included Stone, Rhodes, Tarrio, and Ali Alexander. The chat focused on various pro-Trump events in November and December of 2020, as well as January 6th. As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they could not make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald Trump to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief. We're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hooah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
You oath breakers! Do your fucking job! Give us 1 hour! 1 hour!
Just the previous night, the co-host of InfoWars issued an ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. Encrypted chats obtained by the Select Committee showed that Kelly Meggs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke directly with Roger Stone about security on January 5th and 6th. In fact, on January 6th, Stone was guarded by 2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy. One of them later pleaded guilty and, according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network. Stone's ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed, required for the first level of initiation to the group.
Hi, I'm Roger Stone. I'm a Western chauvinist, and I refuse to apologize for creating a modern world. Thank you, Roger.
Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign, explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said, it was Mr. Stone, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
We'll learn more from Ms. Murphy about these individuals and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple activists had been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was POTUS, and she remarked that the president likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious in publicly defending him.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction, please." According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here's what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, what did you tell him what you meant by that? Or what did you convey to him about what the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ali Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ali Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the Ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the Ellipse, south of the White House. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal." Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, "This stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the Ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly." The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ali Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, "Tomorrow, Ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see." President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involves certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6th. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6th well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is, White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort, because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an earlier hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipollone, upon those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the Vice President could or could not do in the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view was that the Vice President didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They've both told us, Mr. Philbin and Mr. Jacob, that they looked very closely at the Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipollone thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipollone wouldn't refute.
We received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was on the campaign, said that the way it was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipollone tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and then I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into privilege.
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipollone had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not have the authority to do what was being suggested under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that. Okay. I think I actually told somebody that, in the vice president's, just blame me. I'm not a politician. I just said, I'm a lawyer. This is my legal opinion. But let me tell you this. Can I say a word about the vice president?
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country. And I think I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors, and no real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principal judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud. But their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6 went forward anyway. The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack on the Capitol, tens of thousands of people converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come. The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. it's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6th, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning. And as this rally was underway, the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office. Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office, and he had asked me to open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
Did he say anything other than just open the door?
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there's a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
He asked if members of Congress would be with him tomorrow.
And what do you understand by meaning voting in his favor as opposed to physically with him or anything like that?
Yeah, and I took that to mean not voting to certify the election.
Then he did look to the staff and ask for ideas of how, if I recall, he said that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one spoke up initially because I think everyone was trying to process what that he meant by that.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go up to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention it.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot, something along those lines, and then he fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up, they were angry, they feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged.
Did he give any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry?
He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
Through the open door of the Oval Office, the president could hear the sound of the crowd and the music at the rally at the Freedom Plaza. And these are some of the things that they were saying there at the plaza, just blocks from where the president sat that evening, excited for the next day.
This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light, between the godly and the godless, between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight, and they're going to be standing on this soil tomorrow, this is soil that we have fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option. These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
It's 1776. 1776. 1776. 1776.
At 5:05 p.m., as the Freedom Plaza rally was underway just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate efforts to get Twitter to do something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, when people are shooting each other tomorrow, I will try and rest in the knowledge that we tried. And so I went to, I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on pins and needles because, again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die. And on January 5th, I realized no intervention was coming. And even as hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the whims and the mercy of a violent crowd that was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups?
Yeah.
There were also concerns among members of Congress. We have a recently released recording of a conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of the unfounded objections to the election results.
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members. I'm actually very concerned about this because we have who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today, do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here, the president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information where they want to recertify." No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement between the president and the vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman.
Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement?
I just remember him saying that that he had a I don't want to get this wrong. Sort of something to the effect of thinking that it would be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly.
So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th?
It just came up with the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a sidebar with me about it.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the vice president. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the vice president told the president that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the president called the vice president of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here is how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough sentence about the vice president that was added.
President Trump wanted to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen. When President Trump arrived at the Ellipse to deliver his speech, he was still worked up from his call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so, her chief of staff gave the committee some insight into the president's frustration.
It's been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm this situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did go on stage, and then he gave the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but also many important last-minute ad-lib changes. A single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their anger. He called for them to fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join them. And his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is what he said on January 6 in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We're joined today by Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove and Mr. Stephen Ayers. Mr. Tatenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes, the founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tatenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders. He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I recognize myself for questions. Today, we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff when I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered 2 more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. And I think, rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and even straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So, in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So, what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself. Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah,
Basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. You know, family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, he basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything. And for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, we showed how Donald Trump's December 19th tweet summoned both extremist groups as well as rank-and-file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans. He told them to, quote, "Be there, we'll be wild," and they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, "Fight, fight, fight," and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, you were in that crowd at the rally and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol, how did you feel?
I was, I'm angry, after everything that was basically said in the speech. A lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that, Vice President Pence was not going to certify the election. Also the whole time on our way down there, we kept hearing about this big reveal I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So that hope was there.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. He said in his speech, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I think I believed it.
I understand. We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that afternoon and then left the Capitol area later on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when President Trump put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. To me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, we wouldn't be in this, maybe we wouldn't be in this bad of a situation or something.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6th, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, the 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stuart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that? And what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy, that it was a path forward to move forward with his goals and agendas. I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. People died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day. There was a gallows set up in front of the Capitol. This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one. He was always looking for ways to legitimize what he was doing, whether by wrapping it in the trappings of it's not a militia, it's a community preparedness team. We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group. But again, we've got to stop with this dishonesty and the mincing of words and just call things for what they are. He's a militia leader. He had these grand visions of being a paramilitary leader, and the Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. The fact that the president was communicating, whether directly or indirectly, messaging, that gave him the nod. And all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
They saw a path forward that would have legitimacy. They saw opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force,
Last week, the Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms, but explosives to Washington ahead of January 6th. And the committee's also learned that Stuart Rhodes stopped to buy weapons on his way to Washington and shipped roughly $7,000 worth of tactical gear to a January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack. Did you ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
Yeah, I mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function was to create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stuart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always the push for military training, including there were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that you fear what the next election cycle will bring. And you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
I think as far as the luck goes, we've had the potential from Bundy Ranch on. I mean, being boots on the ground at these standoffs, and they were standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies. Whatever it may be with that particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen because the potential has been there from the start. And we got very lucky that the loss of life was, and as tragic as it is, that we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. And I do fear for this next election cycle because who knows what that might bring. If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point. And that's a scary notion. I have 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And I fear for the world that they will inherit if we do not start holding these people to account.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Van Tatenhoff. Mr. Ayers, I first want to ask you about what finally caused you to leave on January the 6th. We know that the medieval-style combat with our police, the occupation of the building, this was going on for several hours until the president issued at 4:17 a tweet, I believe, that included a video telling people to go home. Did you see that, and did that have any effect on what you were doing?
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, some of the crowd. Obviously, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was still going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd.
And did you leave at that point?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we left.
So, in other words, that was the key moment when you decided to leave, when President Trump told people to go home.
Yeah, we left right when that come out.
You were not a member of an organized group like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, as most of the crowd wasn't. I wonder, on January 6th, was it your view that these far-right groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and 3%ers and others were on your side? Did you have any reservations about marching with them and rallying with them?
Well, I definitely didn't have a problem. I was probably following them online myself. I thought, hey, they're on our team, good. That's how I kind of looked at it at the time, like I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a good thing.
I'm interested in hearing about what's happened to you since the events of January 6th. You told the vice chair that you no longer believe Trump's big lie about the election, but that's what brought you originally to Washington. Looking back on it now, how do you reflect on the role that you played in the crowd that day and what is going on in your life?
Basically, I lost my job. Since this all happened, pretty much sold my house. So everything that happened with the charges, thank God, a lot of them did get dismissed because I was just holding my phone, but at the same time I was there. So I mean, it changed my life, and not for the good, definitely not for the better. Yeah, I mean, that's all I could say.
President Trump is still promoting the big lie about the election. How does that make you feel?
It makes me mad because I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. I mean, if I was doing it, hundreds of thousands or millions of other people are doing it, or maybe even still doing it. It's like he just said about that. You got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out? They could end up being down the same path we are right now. I mean, just don't know.
Mr. Ayers, I see that your wife has joined you today, and welcome to Washington. We know this has been very difficult on you both and your family. What lessons, finally, do you want the American people to learn from the way you and your family have suffered as a result of these events?
Biggest thing is I consider myself a family man, and I love my country. And I don't think any one man is bigger than either one of those. I think that's what needs to be taken. People dive into the politics, and for me, I felt like I had, like horse blinders on. I was locked in the whole time. Biggest thing for me is take the blinders off, make sure you step back and see what's going on before it's too late.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony and for appearing, both of you, today. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for a closing statement.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Donald Trump sent out his tweet, he became the first president ever to call for a crowd to descend on the capital city to block the constitutional transfer of power. He set off an explosive chain reaction among his followers, but no one mobilized more quickly than the dangerous extremists that we've looked at today. Seizing upon his invitation to fight, they assembled their followers for an insurrectionary showdown against Congress and the vice president. On January 6th, Trump knew the crowd was angry. He knew the crowd was armed. He sent them to the Capitol anyway. You might imagine that our founders would have been shocked to learn that an American president would one day come to embrace and excuse political violence against our own institutions, or knowingly send an armed mob to attack the Capitol to usurp the will of the people. But Mr. Chairman, the founders were pretty wise about certain things, and at the start of the Republic, they actually warned everyone about Donald Trump. Not by name, of course, but in the course of advising about the certain prospect that ambitious politicians would try to mobilize violent mobs to tear down our own institutions in service of their insatiable ambitions. In the very first Federalist paper, Alexander Hamilton observed that history teaches that opportunistic politicians who desire to rule at all costs will begin first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions of the crowd, but then end up as tyrants, trampling the freedoms and the rights of the people. A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on one officer who was badly wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because he testified before us last year. Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell is an Army veteran who spent a year on active combat duty in the Iraq War and then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants, along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers as a dangerous weapon. Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Gunnell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Gunnell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Gunnell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot like Sergeant Gunnell. In his inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayers just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shay Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them prisoners in their homes and drove their stress and anxiety to soaring new heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage, that's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayers and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the US Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then, knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election, and they all have one other thing in common. Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally. He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence. He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipollone.
Was that right?
I was, and others were.
Okay. Was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that, and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Well, yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. Mike Pence did all of those things. Donald Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if people in this country refuse to accept the results of an election. That's part of the way those in positions of public trust uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the Constitution. In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob violence. The idea of mob violence makes me think of another sort of fail-safe. All across this country, there are different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our lives. In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different ideas. But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where, had it not been for the federal government and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans like them would have continued to be treated as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel in relative safety, and dine and sleep where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by our public health services or our military, we have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments in history that test the strength of our federal government. January 6th was an attack on our country. It was an attack on our democracy, on our Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. It still makes my blood boil to think of it. In a moment like that, what would you expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with. You'd expect to be reassured that there was a fail-safe. Instead, the President of the United States sent the mob. He disregarded the advice of the people who had taken an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by people whose loyalty was only to Donald Trump. There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal and dereliction. Thank goodness our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution designed. When this committee reconvenes, we'll tell the story of that supreme dereliction by the commander-in-chief, how close we came to a catastrophe for our democracy, and how we remain in serious danger. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
A 3-hour hearing, one of the longest, if not the longest, as this committee now heads toward one more public hearing next week, day and time to be determined. Let's walk you through some of what we've learned in the second half. President Trump made last-minute changes to his speech for the morning of January 6, adding attacks on Vice President Pence, telling the crowd to fight. And the committee revealed that his call for his supporters to march to the Capitol was pre-planned, but that it was to look as if it was spontaneous and a surprise. They also presented evidence that allies of Mr. Trump worried that the rally could turn violent. And we heard from 2 witnesses, including Stephen Ayers, a rioter from Ohio. He said he had believed the election was stolen and stormed into the Capitol because the president riled up the crowd and told them to go. His advice to others who had stood with him, take the blinders off before it's too late. And at the very end, we heard the suggestion of possible witness tampering from President Trump himself as recently as this week. Here with me now is senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. I think our heads all snapped around at the word that not only the president called a witness who we have not apparently seen, but that the committee has now referred that to the Justice Department.
Well, this is, you say, the suggestion of witness tampering. It absolutely raises that very serious question, which comes with the potential for very serious legal jeopardy. So as people all along, even before these hearings have started, Lester, have raised the question of accountability. In other words, what might this hearing bring other than simply an accurate record of historical occurrences as laid into the record basically by the committee? The question is accountability. Will there be any accountability if it's proven here, any link, and again, this is not a court of law, but any link that then the Justice Department can use to show that the former president could be indicted? I think there's a real legal question here, given what Congresswoman Cheney just laid out. Let's also be clear, though, light on details, Lester. I mean, that was a bit of a grenade that she just dropped at the end. She didn't say who the witness was.
The person declined to respond.
That's right. They didn't say anything back to the call. They immediately called their lawyer, who then called the committee, who then referred this to the DOJ. We don't know what the intent, I mean, we can assume what the intent was,
but
we don't.
Voicemail?
Exactly. Was there some other piece of information that is missing here? So I think that's obviously something we're going to.
All right, that landed at the very end of this, but let's walk through some of the other things that either we haven't heard before or a point that was strongly made.
So overall, the committee was trying to draw this link between Donald Trump and this December 19th tweet in this hearing that said that it will be wild what was going to happen on January 6th, and then the planning that went into what happened. And I think there's a couple of key takeaways. I think that what you saw the committee illustrate was the power that Donald Trump had over these rioters, both in egging them on to attend, to go, as you heard from Mr. Ayers there, as well as calling them off. People, as you heard in the testimony, who began to disperse once the former president finally sent that tweet after 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And that is what triggered the crowd to disperse. You heard at the end, too, White House former counsel Pat Cipollone saying people had been pushing for that hours earlier. There's also, I think, new evidence that the march may have been pre-planned. That startling new draft tweet that we hadn't seen before, that's in the National Archives record, showing that the former president was going to tell people via tweet to march to the Capitol. And then somehow, we don't know how, but somehow the rally organizers knew that may be something Donald Trump would call for at the end of his speech. But it had to look unexpected. Mike Lindell, the former MyPillow, the MyPillow CEO guy, talked about that too. And then I think it's also important to talk about how people knew, many people in this circle knew that this rally was going to be problematic. You had a Republican Congresswoman, Debbie Lesko, who said that rioters would go nuts. You had Katrina Pearson, who was an advisor, suggesting that she was concerned. You had that Twitter employee at the time saying that they couldn't sleep at night because they were so worried about the potential for violence. So the committee laid out, I think, what they see as the very real violence that came out of some of the former president's actions. The question still remains, is it enough to clear some sort of legal bar?
I want to turn to Dennis Ojeles right now I'm going back and forth, but I want to go back to this question of possible witness tampering. What alerted you in that statement that Ms. Cheney made?
Lester, you made the point that I was thinking, was there a voicemail? What was the nature of the contact? Anytime you're prosecuting or criminalizing speech, it's not just the words, it's the context of those words. You don't look at them in a vacuum. So even the act of reaching out to someone, the next question that anyone wants to know, and they did a remarkable job of teasing it for us, is what exactly was said, if anything. Is just a missed call from former President Trump? I don't know how it would show up on the caller ID, but just a missed call from the president, is that enough? Probably not. Because the courts have already said if you call somebody up and say, look, make sure you tell the truth, probably not witness tampering. However, we can all imagine a way in which you might say, make sure you tell the truth. That would imply something very different, possibly even a threat.
After the last hearing, we heard some wording that implied witness tampering, but the language, again, very careful.
Right. The language, again, very careful, but it was not quite tell the truth. It was more like, we know, we expect loyalty or something to that effect. But the word loyalty, we know you'll do the right thing. That is, in my mind, far afield from saying just tell the truth. And again, context is everything. We expect your loyalty or asking for loyalty or you'll do the right thing has a very ominous meaning when put against these facts. So key to me is going to be, was there a voicemail, as you pointed out? And if so, what did it say? And if not, is that call enough, depending on the person and the relationship between the person and President
and what
Trump?
They can recall from the call. I think the person declined to respond. So that takes me back to the voicemail again.
It could be a voicemail. It could just be a missed call. But now we've seen, maybe for the second time, that this may be going on. And really, the question arises, who else is this happening to? And how often? How long has this been going on?
Yeah, the warning was sounded after that last hearing.
That's right.
By Ms. Cheney. Let me go to our moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you've been taking in this last half of the hearing. What struck out to you?
Well, I think we have, if you're looking, there was Jamie Raskin made a Watergate reference saying this is all making Watergate look like the Cub Scouts, I think was sort of the metaphor he was going for. But we now have our version, what I would say is the missing of a piece of missing tape, right? We were always missing 18 and a half minutes on the Rosemary Woods tapes. What we're missing here, and I think what the committee actually made clear that we're missing, is it's clear President Trump was getting advice from the outside. Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, Michael Flynn, Mike Lindell, perhaps even the Overstock guy. I don't know if he was around on January 5th, but the point was this. We have a good picture of what White House aides were telling the president. We have a good picture of what everybody was going on in there. The big gap of knowledge that we have is essentially Lindell, Flynn, Bannon, Stone. Well, that to me is the roadmap for the Justice Department. Their subpoenas are stronger. They can compel more testimony. It's perhaps they end up with the fifth problems of running in to pleads of the fifth. But in some ways, what they don't have is actually a roadmap to get there, because it sure looks like they sort of presented, I thought they did a good job of basically, you fill in the gaps. All of a sudden, after the president has these two calls, he wants to add in this language. Like, you get the sense that he was clearly listening only to his outside advisors and not his inside advisors. But they don't have the goods yet, right? But they're laying it out there. Hello, Justice Department. You have stronger subpoenas. Get at this. And I want to make one more observation. Former president is clearly a coward. What was astonishing about all of this is how much he was trying to get everybody else to break the law, everybody else to do these things. And at the end of the day, he was hiding, right? He on one hand led us to this situation, ruined, as we saw there at the testimony, I think extraordinarily powerful testimony by Mr. Ayers, who gave sort of firsthand account of how Donald Trump ruined his life. Right? Donald Trump's lies ruined this guy's life. Hard stop. But at the end of the day, that's the face of Donald Trump. Everybody else was to break the law for him. Everybody else was supposed to do these. And actually, he wouldn't do it, right? When it came to the point where if he had to do something, he wouldn't do it. And we're getting a lot of that. But I am surprised that so many people keep protecting the former president. He's not protecting them. In fact, he's the one that exposed them to all of this. So I'm wondering at some point, as this evidence continues to mount about how much the former president let everybody else take the fall for him and was more than willing for everybody else to break the law, whether that at some point you get more people to essentially break themselves and start telling the truth.
All right, Chuck, thanks. Howard, let me turn back to you. Pat Cipollone, interviewed just last Friday. We saw several clips, and in the parlance of what we do, a big tease about what's to come. We're going to hear more from him. How effective was, what he said, and just the fact that it came from him?
Effective and very effective because it came from him. I think this is somebody who Donald Trump, to Chuck's point about Donald Trump always working to distance himself from people. I mean, how many times have we heard something come out and the former president say, I barely knew him? There is absolutely no way that's going to fly with Pat Cipollone because he was there in person in the room for almost every single one of these key contentious meetings that related to these lies about the election after the 2020 election. And so the fact that he is the person now coming out, right? The fact that he is on camera in a very public setting, broadcast, nationally, being able to describe what he saw with the former president is effective, I think. The other piece of it is also what Pat Cipollone is not saying. You'll remember there was that discussion about a meeting with John Eastman, this controversial attorney who's considered kind of the architect of the so-called big lie, as the committee has taken to calling it, those lies about widespread election fraud. Pat Cipollone thought he would be in that meeting, and when asked why, he said, I can't talk about it. Right, that's privileged, leading to the conclusion that, hey, sounded like the former president didn't want him in that meeting, right? He can only go up to the line and say so much at certain times because of this issue.
Yeah, there were a few questions where he said he couldn't answer.
But you can read between the lines, right? And I think that being able to hear him make those comparisons, being able to hear him describe how some of these meetings went down, whether you like Donald Trump or don't like him, it is indisputable that he is somebody who is an insider who is in the room.
Who hasn't been heard from now? We're getting the impression that each big witness shakes the trees and more fall out. Who does this committee want to and need to hear from?
That's super interesting. I think that there are, obviously Mark Meadows, right? There was a reference from, I think it was Vice Chair Liz Cheney, that they are continuing to be in litigation with him. He is somebody else who was in all these meetings, but was taking a very different tactic, right? And you heard some of the testimony here today, trying to in some ways play both sides. There was an allusion to that. Sort of tell people, yes, based on Cipollone's testimony, I think he should have conceded in mid-November, but then also continuing to promote with the former president these lies about the election fraud. He's somebody who's so central to this. That is a legal battle that, as Danny well knows, is going to last for months, if not longer, in all likelihood, unless, of course, what Chuck is saying comes to fruition and Meadows, to use the parlance sort of layman's terms, flips, if you will.
Let me get to Ali Vitale now, our Capitol Hill correspondent who's been inside the hearing room. Got a little emotional down there at the end as we saw some of the officers who certainly suffered emotionally and physically during the riot. Give us a sense of the atmosphere there.
Yeah, the fact that this former rioter was testifying mere feet away from the officers who were defending this building, I know it's something that in talking to some of these officers, they were nervous about hearing. And as soon as he stood up, Stephen Ayers, that rioter, went over to the officers, first officer Harry Dunn, and then down the line. And to Harry Dunn, he simply said, I'm really sorry, hugging him as he did that, really emphasizing just how raw the emotions are up here on Capitol Hill as they are reopened during these hearings. These officers, again, bearing witness, just as members of Congress who were in the chamber during the attack, who feared for their lives, they're all coming to these hearings, bearing witness and hoping for accountability. The fact that this rioter was here, the same man who broke into this Capitol complex on January 6th, now invited back in to testify under oath about it. There are just so many stunning layers here, in addition to all of the things that the committee has laid out today, that I think speak to both the ongoing mental health crisis here here on Capitol Hill after January 6th, but certainly for the officers who were sitting front row, as they do at every hearing, Lester, the fact that both of these witnesses here who had roles in some way to play on January 6th, but especially for that rioter who was here, going up to these officers and saying, "I'm sorry," a really just stunning, stunning moment.
Yeah, Ellie Vitale, thank you for your insight. That concludes our coverage. We're going to have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. For all of us at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching and good day.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. The January 6th committee just wrapped up its 7th public hearing, laying out its findings, a hearing that included new testimony from former President Trump's White House counsel. We heard from him for the first time, and startling new details about efforts that originated inside the Oval Office to overturn the election results in December of 2020. And when those efforts failed, how Trump then turned his sights to January 6th, ultimately inciting an insurrection, the committee argued. Some of the most dramatic testimony we heard today focused on an unhinged December 18th meeting in the Oval Office in which Mr. Trump and his loyalists discussed ways to overturn the election, including seizing voting machines. Former President Trump also moved to appoint one of those loyalists, Sidney Powell, as special counsel. When White House officials learned what was going on in the Oval Office, they rushed into that meeting in an effort to stop the president, and the meeting devolved into a screaming match.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm going to categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussy. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Lynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back. I had to come over. There was sit your effing.
Now, according to those testimonies, former President Trump was ultimately thwarted from taking action in that meeting. But in the hours after, he then tweeted about a protest in Washington on January 6th, promising it will be wild. We also heard testimony from Stephen Ayers, who stormed the Capitol on January 6th and later pleaded guilty to charges stemming from that day. He testified he believed the election had been stolen because Donald Trump had told him so.
He basically put out, come to stop the steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
When you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
Ayers also testified he had no plans to storm the Capitol on January 6th when he was in Washington, but says he did so upon former President Trump's orders. We did get one bombshell at the end of today's hearing. Vice Chair Liz Cheney saying that Mr. Trump tried to call a witness who is part of this investigation. That unnamed witness's lawyer contacted the committee about that attempt, and the committee has provided the Justice Department with that information. That is according to Liz Cheney. As we react and digest all of this, everything we heard from today's hearing, I'm joined by NBC senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor with the latest from Capitol Hill, NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins, and in a moment I will be joined by NBC legal analyst and defense attorney Danny Savalos. Sahil, I want to start with you and this bombshell that we heard at the end of the hearing. Vice Chair Liz Cheney essentially saying that former President Trump tried to contact a witness whom we haven't heard from yet. We're not exactly sure what that contact looked like, but what did you make of what we learned from Liz Cheney?
It was quite the cliffhanger to a startling hearing, Kristen. Liz Cheney did not provide details, as you point out, as to who this witness was or the nature of that outreach by former President Trump. Now, I'm not a legal expert here. I'll leave it to other legal experts to suss out, what that could mean. But suffice it to say, witness tampering is a very serious crime. And what Liz Cheney has been saying in numerous contexts, along with other members of this committee, is trying to nudge the Justice Department to take much more seriously the possibility of a prosecution. In the views of numerous members of this committee, the Democrats as well as some of the Republicans, the DOJ has been too timid in that regard, and this seems to be another log in that fire in which Liz Cheney has said the committee has shared that information. We don't know, again, who that witness was.
Sahil, we actually have this. Let me let our viewers hear it, and then we'll get more reaction on the other side.
After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously.
Ben, before I go back to Sahil, let me get you to weigh in on this point, because there are two things that are happening in this hearing. There's political fallout and potentially legal implications for former President Trump as well. And one of the things, if you talk to legal experts, that they are focused on are these allegations of witness tampering. And here you have Vice Chair Liz Cheney laying out yet another example of potential witness tampering. How significant is that?
That could be a very big deal, in part because, the DOJ needs to charge him with something that you can actually physically look at and say, hey, this is witness tampering. This is something that we know for a fact. It's not this much larger seditious conspiracy stuff that you saw with the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers who came together as two much larger groups. It's a lot easier to prove than these, a guy talked to a guy through a conduit or something like that. If he is witness tampering with this specific committee, then it could be for trouble for him.
It's potentially more tangible evidence, depending on what the shape of that actual outreach was. Sahil, let me go back to you. Let's delve into this December 18th meeting, because it was extraordinary to hear from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. For the first time, he was in a number of these key meetings. In this particular meeting, he didn't start off in the meeting on December 18th. In fact, he rushed in. We have a little bit more sound about what happened that day, starting with Sidney Powell, who was one of the people really trying to influence the president to convince him to seize voting machines, which Cipollone said was an insane idea. Let's look at a little bit more of the sound.
How much time did you have alone with the president?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice. And so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
So, Sahil, basically painting a picture of a president who was desperate, grasping for straws at this point, had lost legal battle after legal battle, and here you had these conspiracy theories and ways in which he could potentially try to win back the election that his own counsel and top advisors were saying is not legal, is not possible.
Yeah, a remarkable bit of testimony from Pat Cipollone, who said, like many other witnesses, that Trump was told repeatedly by senior officials and advisors in his administration that he had lost the election, that there was no evidence of potential election-changing fraud here. That meeting, which apparently got quite heated, Cipollone mentioned that, after Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell and others in that camp made their argument that there is evidence, he said, well, show it to us. Put up or shut up. Where is the evidence? They didn't have the evidence, he said, and at some point, the president should have conceded the election. There was many witnesses speaking to this point, and the committee is trying its hardest to make the case that Trump was told repeatedly, had every reason to believe that he lost the election, and yet he persisted. They're trying to make, Kristen, the argument of bad faith here, because in theory, if Trump actually had reason to believe that the election was being stolen from him, that everything he did in the run-up to January 6th, including the day of January 6th, could conceivably be seen in a very different light. Instead, you had a number of his allies who were fearful that his remarks, his rhetoric, his tweets were stirring up this extremist violent mob. They played some, they showed some words from online extremists, who saw the president's rhetoric as a call to arms, as a call to violence, that they believed they were acting on his desires when they decided to take up arms and go to the Capitol. That's what we saw a lot of after that on the day of January 6th, including one Republican, Debbie Lesko, who said she feared that a bunch of Trump supporters came to the Capitol expecting their election to be overturned. And in her view, once that didn't happen, they were going to go nuts. These fears were everywhere in the run-up.
And of course, all of these moments and exchanges and new revelations today, the committee hopes will paint a picture of culpability for former President Trump. Danny Savalas has joined us now on set. I want to play a soundbite from Vice Chair Liz Cheney. She opened up the hearing with this idea of basically saying that you can't just let the president off the hook. You cannot just make excuses for him. I want to play a little bit of this first soundbite that we have, and then get your reaction on the other side.
President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind.
You and I have talked a lot about willful ignorance, and essentially Vice Chair Cheney, it seems like, tried to make part of that argument today. Were there legal implications for you, what you heard in that broader argument that she was making?
She makes a very good point. I mean, throughout this, folks like me get on the air and say, well, yes, everybody told him, but what if he didn't know? And oh, Kristen, oh, how I wish my own regular clients that you've never heard of are given shown that same quarter by federal prosecutors or state prosecutors, because everybody knows in criminal court that you can prove up intent by circumstantial evidence. Because the reality is we cannot open up someone's head and peer inside and know what they actually knew or actually thought. So in court, we use circumstantial evidence. And there comes a point where somebody's ignorance must be willful if they've been told again and again. Now, if I could just play devil's advocate very briefly, if the defense would argue, if there ever were a defense and this ever were a criminal case, they would argue that Trump indeed was told that he did win the election by people. Now, were those people and their information dubious? Yeah, maybe, but to what degree is he allowed to rely on people like Rudy Giuliani, on the other people, the witnesses that we heard from today? Who knows?
Well, and we heard more evidence to this idea that he was told again and again. And the significance of Pat Cipollone is that literally he's in the room where it all happened most of the time, where a lot of these conversations unfolded. And there's another notable exchange here where he bolsters what we've heard from a number of the other witnesses, which is that he also told the former president that he could not win, that he did not win, and that he believed it was time to concede. And if we could play that soundbite as well, this is the fourth soundbite on our list, which really underscores that point.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan, of Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluate those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did.
What is the significance of hearing the former White House counsel say, yes, I did think he should concede?
For the committee, the argument is, here's somebody who is objective because he is White House counsel, but he's also very learned, very knowledgeable, very esteemed, and telling the president, look, I'm your White House counsel, I think you should concede. Now, again, looking at the other side, because we have to do that. If we think of this as a prosecution, we have to think about what the defense would say. And they would make an argument, something to the extent of, that you're not a loyalist, fat on you. We are, I am Donald Trump. I'm going to listen to some of my other advisors, whether that's Sidney Powell and whether that's Rudy Giuliani. Now you get into an area where is it reasonable to listen to them? That is the key, because he is getting whispers in his ear from those folks.
And Ben made the point earlier that one of the things that was arguably more tangible than some of this circumstantial evidence that the committee has laid out is the fact that at the end we heard this bombshell from Vice Chair Liz Cheney, who seemed to suggest that they have new evidence of potential witness tampering by the former president himself. She said that he reached out to a witness, and we haven't heard from yet. What did you make of that revelation? How significant is it from, again, if you're the Attorney General, if you're watching these proceedings, how significant is that?
First of all, the committee knows how to tease the next hearing. Come back next week. You won't be disappointed. And they've done it at the end of every hearing, left us with a cliffhanger. This is an example. Now, anytime you criminalize speech, and potentially tampering with a witness is a form of criminalizing speech, the key is not just the words. The key is the context. These words don't exist in a vacuum. So what I would want to know right away, and Lester pointed this out just on the last set when we were just on set together, his question was perfect. Was there a voicemail? That's going to give us some words. If it was just a missed call from, I don't know what that would look like on the caller ID, but Trump or whatever, if it's just a missed call, is that enough? Possibly, depending on the relationship between the caller and the receiver. So anytime you criminalize words, you really have to look at exactly what was said and what it meant to the hearer. If that is a form of intimidation to even just hear from the president, if, for example, this witness had never heard from the president, never met him, never talked to him, now you're getting a call from a former president. Yikes.
And one of the things that was significant about today's hearings, in addition to hearing from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, was that, Ben, they tried to draw a direct link between former President Trump and the rioters, those who took to the Capitol that day. And I believe we have a soundbite from Stephen Ayers, who was one of the rioters. In fact, he pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct for storming the Capitol. I want to play a little bit of his sound. I want to get your reaction on the other side, Ben, because he essentially says he marched on the Capitol because of the former president. And we are waiting to get that soundbite. But the bottom line, quote him.
What it was going to be was an armed revolution.
Yeah. And he also said he didn't come to D.C. on that day with the intention of storming the Capitol. And the committee member said, so then why'd you do it? And he said, because Mr. Trump told us to march to the Capitol. Yeah. Of course, remarks he made in that speech that the former president delivered. We also know there was a draft tweet in which Mr. Trump was going to call for people to march to the Capitol. He held back on that. Instead, a number of his top advisors saying that they wanted it to be more impromptu. And we do have Stephen Ayers now in his own words.
When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
What was your reaction to hearing that, Ben?
Well, what's fascinating about this is that the Proud Boys seem to know. They went down before the speech ended to go to the Capitol. The Oath Keepers seem to know. Same deal with them. A lot of people at that rally did not. There were a lot of useful idiots, is the technical term for it. They went down after when Donald Trump told them to. What's also interesting about this is that Donald Trump did not have this in his speech. This is what we learned today. This was said impromptu in the speech. But there were people who knew he was going to say this in the speech. People like Ali Alexander or Alex Jones or Roger Stone. These people who are not in the White House. They are not even in that fringe of the White House, even in, the Sidney Powell and Patrick Byrne part of the White House. These people weren't in that meeting, but they still knew somehow. And the last question is, how did these people know the president was going to say something that his advisors did not want him to say and took out of his speech? That's something we're going to hopefully learn next week.
Danny, quickly weigh in on that. And did the committee do a good job of creating a direct, tangible link between the former president and the rioters who stormed the Capitol that day?
I don't think they advanced the ball any more today with their evidence. And that may be an unpopular opinion, but most of what we heard today we already knew. And the two witnesses are essentially an example of witnesses who have, quote, left the church. They're fascinating. I want to hear their story, but I'm not so sure they provided a direct link other than what we already know, which is Trump said some words, something to the effect of "will be wild," and some misguided followers misbehaved as a result. You're still going to need to draw a connection. And that connection is called foreseeability, proximate cause in the law. In other words, when Trump acted, when he uttered those words, did he know or have reason to know that this would be the response? We have heard some evidence of that, but not a clear line, and really nothing new that wasn't known before, other than some of the contextual, shocking facts that come out that tend to paint Trump in an immoral light, but not necessarily in a criminal light, not yet.
Yeah, someone said to me, if you don't like Trump, you like him even less.
Yes.
But doesn't necessarily advance the legal challenges for Trump. Fantastic conversation. There was so much to unpack. Ben, Danny, Sahil, really appreciate you getting us started today. I now want to bring in Carol Leonnig, investigative reporter from the Washington Post, and Carol Lamb, former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst. Carol Lamb, let me start with you, and can you pick up on the point that we're just discussing here? Do you think that the committee advanced the potential legal jeopardy for former President Trump? Did they draw a direct enough line between the former president's tweets, his actions, his unwillingness to concede, and the rioters who stormed the Capitol on that day?
I actually think they did make some progress here. I'll tell you why. They focused very much on a timeline, and they also focused on what was happening with respect to these conversations that the president was participating in and the people he was surrounding himself with. A lot of time was spent on this, what they've called the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. And what they showed was an absolutely knockdown, drag-out fight between the president's, for lack of a better word, I'll call them fringe attorneys, and the properly instituted attorneys who were working for the White House at that time. What that shows is that just shortly after that, in the wee hours after midnight, the president texts, come on January 6th. He texts to his supporters, come on January 6th. It's going to be wild. So here's why I'm starting to move a little bit towards increasing liability, criminal liability for the president. And by that, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that the attorney general should or would bring charges, but from a purely legal perspective, there is the liability that attaches when you are willing to engage in force to overthrow a function of the government. And when we argue before a jury, we often say, if this is true, what else must be true? Now, if Trump was willing to see violence visited on his own vice president, if he was willing to partake in a sham where he pretends that he's impromptu, spontaneously going to urge the mob to march on the Capitol, but actually it was planned days before, if he was willing to look past all the advice he's being given, and most importantly to me, if after the violence at the Capitol, he does nothing for hours, what does that necessarily mean? And to me, it means that this wasn't an unanticipated surprise that paralyzed him for a few hours. It means he knew it was a possibility, he expected it, he was satisfied and happy about it. That disturbs me greatly. I think that's why the committee did move the ball today.
Carol Leonnig, weigh in on that. In what ways do you think the committee moved the ball today? And what was the biggest takeaway for you? Was it the new revelations about the December 18th meeting, the fact that tweet did resonate so forcefully with some of the rioters? The bombshell at the end about the witness tampering, what were your big takeaways today?
So I think, what's really important to keep in mind as we review this hearing is the biggest bombshell is clearly that the former president tried to reach out to a witness. That's the most stunning new thing. But I think as well, it's so correct to say that all of these pieces are starting to fill in. You have a prosecutor now describing, well, this is very disturbing to me. This happened. The president was knowledgeable that violence was likely or possible. He wanted to put a target on the back of his vice president, despite the advice of his aides. He wanted to side with Team Crazy and ignore fact and encourage folks to come for a wild event, which was, by the way, an illegal. There was no permit for a march on the Capitol, and he knew that, and he was planning days ahead of time to go to that march. So all of these things are starting to fill in, and I will just reiterate a key fact from a previous hearing, which was the president was aware that rally goers had weapons, and he asked his own Secret Service not to worry about taking those weapons away from them. He wanted them in his little corral, if you will, at the Ellipse, and then he wanted to send them to the Capitol. All of those things, I think, have a mosaic feeling. Nobody has taken out the smoking gun in these hearings. Nobody said, here's the moment where Donald Trump planned a coup and unleashed it. It's the mosaic that shows you how many steps he took to plan and unleash it. And the fact that he knew violence was not just likely, almost inevitable, and encouraged people who were armed to head to the Capitol. Just stunning.
Carol Lam, how problematic is that? I mean, I think Carol Leonnig raises such an important point that we can't forget that the committee did show several hearings ago that the president was aware that the rioters were armed. How does that fit into the mosaic?
Look, that's huge. When Cassidy Hutchinson said, not only was the president made aware that these people gathering at the Ellipse were armed, and then those are the same people that he encouraged to march on the Capitol. So he knows they're armed. He's encouraging to march to the Capitol. He's not saying, hey, leave your guns and your daggers and your knives here. We'll march peacefully down towards the Capitol. No, quite to the contrary. He's saying, let's go. And he's riling them up. Extremely problematic. And I guess what I'm saying is, as Carol points out, there's so much now, brick by brick by brick, there's so much that at a certain point, a reasonable person has to say, nobody could, in this context, say that they didn't know violence was going to be a likely result if the president didn't get what he wanted that day.
And that goes back to the point that Vice Chair Liz Cheney made, which is that he's a 78-year-old man, not a child. All right, Carol Leonnig, Carol Lam, thank you so much for helping us break down and understand what happened today. 7 public hearings, 18 witnesses, and hours of testimony in 1 month. And folks, we are just getting started. My panel breaks down what we've learned and what it means for the former president. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Awesome, you guys.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning, time for our pop star, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. More will pass them by.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for our pop star, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. The DOJ may or may not choose to go after Mr. Trump after the committee finishes its work. But either way, the former president will be tried in the court of public opinion. The hearings may be resonating with voters in a way that could seriously impact Republican support for Mr. Trump as the party's 2024 candidate. Joining me now to discuss this, John Poderitz, editor of Commentary Magazine and Democratic strategist Basil Smikle. Thanks to both of you for being here. Really appreciate it. So I was getting texts from Republicans during this hearing. One of them said to me, this is devastating for former President Trump politically. The reason why, no, more people are not going to come out and start speaking out against him, but it just starts to chip away at his support around the edges, they say, particularly when it comes to moderate Republicans and independents. John, how true is that?
I mean, I think it's corrosive. I think it can be corrosive, and we see polling data that suggests that his standing among Republicans is declining, that there are significant numbers of Republicans who are looking for an alternative. But I do have a caveat, which is that in the case of, say, Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, not today's, but there are a couple of details that are not fixed. And Zoe Lofgren, the California Democrat who was on the committee and talked about Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel's testimony, said they did not attempt to corroborate the testimony of Cassidy Hutchinson. That's not their purpose. That was a very, very, very bad thing that she did, because that gives the lie to the idea that they are a fact-finding commission and not simply just building a kind of prosecutorial case, and they don't want any possible alternate accounts of what happened on January 6th. I think that is the sort of thing Trump can use to leverage himself back in the idea that he's being mishandled by the committee.
So I'm glad that you raised that point, right? Because, and that actually is supported by my reporting, Basil, the fact that the committee never directly asked Pat Cipollone, we saw that today, to corroborate what we heard from Cassidy Hutchinson. You were looking for a split screen of the two of them kind of echoing each other, and that didn't happen. Legal experts say there's still no smoking gun against former President Trump.
Well, I tend to agree with that. And I think you're absolutely right. There is no smoking gun. What we heard at the end about the witness tampering, maybe there's something, but I don't know if any of that amounts to him being walked off in handcuffs, which I think a lot of voters are looking for, but don't think will ever really happen. And at the end of all of this, the committee doesn't really have any teeth. They can't actually, bring charges and everything's got to go to DOJ. So again, at the end of all of this whole conversation of all these hearings, I think he does get made unelectable in a primary. I do think that. But down ballot is where I get more concerned. In a primary?
You think he's unelectable in a primary?
I think the goal here is to make him unelectable in a primary.
Let's look at the numbers, okay, because there are these new numbers from the New York Times Siena College poll, and they're pretty stark. First of all, you have President Biden beating former President Trump by 3 points. You also have these numbers out today with Trump at 49%, Ron DeSantis at 25%, Ted Cruz at 7%, Pence at 6%, Haley at 6%, Pompeo at 2%. Bottom line, Trump's below 50%. Now, he still wins it, John. But if you're in the former president's camp, those numbers have to be disconcerting.
I think they are disconcerting for him. In the Republican primaries in 2016, he did not get more than 45% of the aggregate vote. Because they have a winner-take-all structure in the Republican primary system, he won convincingly. But what this suggests, if these numbers are correct or following, is that Trump's support is declining to the place that it was when he ran in 2016, that his dominance of the Republican Party, his control of the Republican Party electorate is not what it was.
And Basil, at the same time, he did win in 2016. He did win the nomination despite conventional wisdom suggesting otherwise.
Well, the two things. One, I don't think the dynamic of him being able to pick off everyone on the debate stage that you saw in 2016, I don't think that that dynamic can hold true in 2024, because the conversation is just going to be different and people are used to seeing him in that regard, number one. And number two, one of the problems is actually on the Democratic side, that we talked a lot about fear, and Hillary Clinton said chapter and verse what was going to happen. Some of us didn't believe her. But there is now a bit more proof there. And I think if we combine a good message with the right messenger, then I think on the Democratic side, then you have a good sort of counter narrative.
Okay, go ahead, John.
I just want to say one thing, which is the numbers in the New York Times poll indicate that Democrats and the American people in general are very concerned about Biden's age, right?
64% of Democrats saying that they want a different candidate in
But they're very concerned about Biden's age. So Trump ain't no spring chicken. I mean, the best Republican line against Biden, aside from policy questions, is, look, he's just too old. He'll be 82. He's too old. That line can be used against Trump. Ron DeSantis is 43 years old.
Well, and that's why I lay out that poll, because when you look at it, he's really, at this point, we're so early, it's hard to even talk about it, but he's really the only one who would give Mr. Trump a run for his money, it seems. And of course, he's at 25% now. But if he were to actually campaign, who knows what would happen? Or would he get into the race, though, if the former president ran? I want to ask you, though, Basil, about the Democrats' numbers, because you have these just staggering numbers. 64% of Democrats saying they don't want to see former President Biden run again in 2024. So does he need to change his messaging? Does he need to get more legislation passed? What does he need to do in order to see those numbers?
Interesting, because I was talking to one of my students, and she said the same thing about Joe Biden, but she loved Bernie Sanders. I was like, but they're right. So but that's an important difference, because Bernie has that energy and he's speaking directly to policy that engages young people. What I think Joe Biden needs to do is more of that and actually get some more wings under the belt. And the Democrats need to keep talking more about that, because, we can, gun control is obviously very important. Working with the governors to shore up abortion rights, extraordinarily important. But there got to be some small pieces that he can go out there and start talking about, and he should give his vice president a little more opportunity to shine. There are a lot of Democrats that feel she's been too behind the scenes, and I think that actually can help his numbers.
John?
I just think he's too old. I don't know what to say. Look, I don't like his policies. I think he's been a bad president. I don't like how he's handled inflation. He's going to be 82 years old on Inauguration Day 2025. That is too old.
The White House says there's nothing we can do about that. That's the one thing we can't impact. Let me ask you, though. I mean, if former President Trump does announce, and there are some concerns that he will announce this summer, and then the midterms will be all about Mr. Trump. Do you think that we will see other Republicans like Ron DeSantis get into the race now that we're seeing some of these numbers come out?
I think some very serious people are going to run against Trump in the end. I did not think this 2 months. Well, DeSantis is the obvious. You never know what people have that might keep them from jumping in. DeSantis is the obvious person. There are others. You can't look at these numbers and say somebody's not going to say, look, this is my moment. Trump could collapse on a stage. There are things that can happen. He is 76 years old and not fit. Biden's 79 and he's pretty fit, and he fell off that bicycle. All Trump has to do is trip, and he's in trouble.
Well, because we're talking about the hearings, I want to continue to kind of explore the potential political fallout of these hearings. Basil, do you worry that they could backfire against Democrats, that they could appear to be overly politicized?
Sure, and I think to some extent a lot of Republicans feel that already, and that's something that we have to concern ourselves with. But I go back to the first impeachment. voters coming up to me and said, how are you going to hold Donald Trump accountable? The fact that this is happening is that accountability argument. And again, I don't know that a lot of voters think that they're going to see Donald Trump walking out in handcuffs, but they want to know that Democrats are actually telling a story. And they've told a fantastic narrative about what the Trump White House was like in those final days.
John, to raise a point that we always hear from Chuck, what happens if Trump runs, if he loses, and if he doesn't concede?
Well, nothing good. I mean,
is that a concern?
I do think,
is that a concern amongst Republicans, do you think?
It should be. So far, I see no indication that it is. I do think that there is now an immense amount of emotional preparation for that possibility and a lot of shoring up that can be done. And just remember that Trump will not be president if he doesn't win, right? He will be the guy who didn't win. I don't know where Biden will be, whether he will be the nominee or not the nominee. But he won't be sitting in the White House making these plans. And one thing you can say about the Stop the Steal people and whatever conspiracies they're up to, they're frightening, but they're little Keystone cops, and they seem a little, bonkers. And I don't know that they'll be able to pull off a massive national Civil War confrontation.
Though I'll just say very quickly, if you're a person of color, or I imagine if you're a woman, given what's happening at the Supreme Court, Keystone cops perhaps, but that's still got to put a credible amount of fear in you because you just don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
I don't even think you need that ideological frame. I think you can be frightened simply by the idea that people don't accept the results of an election that's fair.
Great conversation. Thank you, John and Basil. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being here on set. And next, we're going to head to Israel, where just hours from now, the president will kick off his first official trip to the Middle East with a series of high-stakes meetings. What to watch for and why some members of the president's own party are taking issue with his itinerary. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.